downtown lights start to come out at night, we go insane, we go insane. And when I arrive, I start to lose my mind. I go insane, I go insane. Cause they told me you take too much. Yeah, I sure do, so I can feel that now. If they only knew how this was, yeah, they would too, just to feel that now. Cause I ain't got no friends, I ain't got nobody. All I got ahead is a moonlit road. Cause they told me you take too much. Yeah, I sure do, so I can feel that now. If they only knew how this was, yeah, they would too, just to feel that now. Cause I ain't got no friends, I ain't got nobody. All I got ahead is a moonlit road. When the downtown lights start to come out at night, we go insane, we go insane. And when I arrive, I start to lose my mind. I go insane, I go insane. Cause they told me you take too much. Yeah, I sure do, so I can feel that now. If they only knew how this was, yeah, they would too, just to feel that now. Cause I ain't got no friends, I ain't got nobody. All I got ahead is a moonlit road. Cause they told me you take too much. Yeah, I sure do, so I can feel that now.
Good morning, or whatever it is, wherever you are. Alright, so got that. I still want to get our main area here, see if we can get this captured fast enough to be useful. Because, well, this is impractical to catch. It might be also be impractical to store. Impractical to capture. But I'm still curious. So right now we've got a process that if we're at this level, we got a bunch of stuff set up for this. For this, we might have to actually wait until, well, no, actually I think this art does wait until images are loaded and things. So I might actually be able to do this stuff regardless. Now, there are a few things with the other method that end up depending on the screen size. I think this is going to be the same. When we start getting down to here, Yeah, now we have to be concerned about screen dimensions. And since some of these are floating point, he has the whole receive offset thing. So I'd like to do this in a tight loop where we're not checking for frame rates. But I guess, well, the first thing could be just, rather than doing our map call, and all this code is set up to work with centers right now. Actually say, just fill my map buffer with direct calls to the map database. So when we process a map command, okay, so it's not handled there, or in that way. Oh no, because it would be map chunk. Yeah. So I might be able to cheese this because I think that there is the map function actually has the thing that like gets a compressed message. So we could potentially do all the encode and decode. In-ramp submap, moved cache map. Yeah, so the recentering, different but always the same. We memcopy the old data if it's recentered. Then we have to get new data into the area of interest. As much as I'd love to directly reference the map database, that could get, well, how bad is it? Because that map buffer is pretty bad too. Well, part of what makes it bad is all the different buffers. Grid center. Yeah, so we're getting a screen Y, we're getting a tile Y. But everything here, it's processed in terms of map indexes. Hey, Betst. How's it going? I'm debating whether it's going to be more of a pain to update the draw routine to directly get tiles or to duplicate a bunch of stuff in the tile receiving to appropriately fill in the map area. Well, I guess he's like copying data around. I could just recopy a chunk of data every time. Undersheet is, yeah, map, self drawn flags, map index, map index. There's a bunch of map offsets. Oh, the biome drawing. Yeah, so I don't necessarily understand type equals map chunk. Yes, there's a big old bit of code that receives chunk data. Map offsets and stuff, but that's doing compressed data and tokens. We could pretty much just say, well, we're going to do blah and blah of whatever our center location is. There's that stuff. Was this a... There's something about home marker. Starting home marker. But this would have to be a, like, only first time check, right? Yeah, first server message received. I think the only thing we're doing here is checking for a home marker. Well, and first server message received. But we need all the map shuffle stuff. Map chunk. And then I might be able to get away with just doing a loop to fill in a section of it. But I'm going to have to understand how all this works. No, I just wanted to copy. I'm just gonna leave that alone for now. Although I guess, no, because we wouldn't even get a map chunk to trigger that to load other stuff. What would be a key? Output map tile for the other helper functions I had. And this might be too early in the file. In theory, we can figure all of this stuff out. Oh, you have to be a member function. Because a lot of the map data is a member of Living Life page. Those other functions did not have to be member functions. I think draw is, well, it's redeclared. Is map being pulled? clear map. Okay, fill map chunk. Oop. Which I appear to have deleted. Maybe. Nope. I must have switched my search. Okay. Fill map J. Okay, that gets me to. No, it does not get me to the next thing. Living life page. What I should have searched for. All right, now we can bounce between braces. We're not going to need these. We're not going to scan if. So these we're going to initialize. So normal server chunks are 32 by 30, I think. What is X and Y? Is that a corner? Because we request by center. Mess. Oh, yeah. And I'll get rid of a couple of things. mmap. Oh, because I have to actually put this in a living life page. And then this is all going to be, yeah, so it moved it over, and then this is all the compressed, uncompressed stuff. Zip decompress. Binary chunk. Tokens. I just want to look for the part that's actually putting map data in. Map X, map Y. So it's been decompressed. Map biomes, map floor. Oh, it's he's doing it directly into the buffer. Map contained stacks, subcontained stacks. I don't even really care about containers for natural state stuff. We're done with tokens. First map chunk. I think the only thing we're going to be concerned about here, because this is just like home marker, is that we set that. It's always map pull mode when we call this function. I was not declared in the scope. Tokens. Yeah, so we just got a bunch of code here that we want to revisit. Uh, 24, 24. And qualified ID before if. Ooh. Ooh. We got an imbalance here. Okay. So that at least exists. Now I'm not sure of is maybe protocol would specify what that XY is. XY upper left corner. Doesn't he have something for map Paul? Yeah, that does the equivalent to it. Or as the equivalence relation to what we requested. If x equals, well, hey, what? What do you know? X does equal. Center of our global offset. Okay, well, the code should take care of that. Oh, and then, okay, yeah, and then recenter. Move over. Reset everything to unknown. Or we're copying over. Yeah, let's copy. I mean, I might want to resimplify this to just reset everything to current location, because we can just kind of fetch it. So this was originally tokens. I could probably turn this into a double loop over CX, CY. For what do I CY equals 0, CY less than size Y. CX. And that's still a little bit off. Map. Get the map coordinates, old map ID, and then token. So this is where we get new map data. Oh, and actually, yeah, that was just a loop to fill it out. Okay, so that's his brace format. So Well, actually, no, he was fetching 3 things here. Map biome, map floor, and map. And then the container stuff, which we're just ignoring for now. So what does... Oh. Oh, remove this. Okay, so this is the thing we can't have right now. Server map.cpp. Okay, fine. Buffer map.cpp. I should have it open already. So there's map object image, which is... Yeah, I guess I don't really expect much floor right now. Natural map IDs. All natural map IDs. Object colors. Where's the actual XY? Get base map. Get biome, get floor. DB floor time. Get chunk message. Yep. Chunk data buffer. There's contained. Ooh, there's some ID things we may have to attend to. Biomes chunk floor. Containers. Where do we get floor data from? Get map floor. So get base floor, get base something, get map floor, XY. But these are actual, that XY is world coordinates. So we're going to have to figure out how to do that. And then there is this hide ID. So biomes are fine. Hide ID for client. I might have to go back and export that. All right, so then we want to say mmap biomes map I equals hide ID for client, which we'll have to see if that's actually available here. Map biomes. Get map floor, chunk biomes, get map biome index, last checked biome. Oh, okay, so there's potential efficiency here. Let's check biome. I, I thought I got rid of some of those errors before, but can I just fix that? Fatal error. Include no such file or directory. Recursively. Syntactic CPP includers. Your CPP vim. GVimRC. Did I do this globally? That's gonna be mad now too. Because I thought. No, okay. I know I've. How do I configure this thing? I know I've done some custom things before. Recommended settings, VimRC, but that would be a per project thing. Projects root. I thought I had done something with a local file, but it was a particular checker. Oh. Okay, so we've got a config file. Get out of the way. So that's in game source, which makes sense. It's only in game source. That one map is not in there. You're sort of here. Okay, that is cleared. Now we've made a royal mess of this, because we're like right in the middle of changing stuff. So last checked biome. Oh. Oh. That's a static variable of that file. Why does map object even depend on biome? Well, if we need to spawn it. Maybe what we need. There is a helper function for. Oh, we need map. Helper function for this. Get map biome. Oh man, this is ugly. But you'd have to know something about the buffer. Well, maybe recomputing the biome isn't that big of a deal. Because that's getting ugly pretty quick. And actually, there was a function that did this. Get map biome. Actually, I don't know if this is XY. Get map floor. Alright, so this wants to be mmap. No. mmap probably. mmap biomes and mmap floors. But, so that is map X, map Y. It's including map offset. I need to know that there's X and Y. What do we call this? X and Y is the overall map. Naming is hard. I was thinking virtual, but like they've already taken map for our map buffer. World. World X, World Y, and I think this is the other one that needed hide. And I may have to go expose that function. mmap, okay, that's a typo. Okay, I don't have to, oh right, because the server might have to use that, okay. Oh, not this. That's biome. Yeah, those things for biome. I'm pretty sure the biomes don't change. Different ID. Okay. So we would want to disable all of this. What do you do? You are, when we receive it, step, which don't call, fill map chunk. Because it was receiving it. I might just be able to ignore that. Alright, so init map. Grab all that stuff. I need where do we do this? This is in step. So that does that. So we kind of want all this stuff. Do you touch member variables? Maybe not. Let's see if we can put this up at output map tile. Next map tile. Begin screenshot map poll. Or init. Or actually, no, this is begin. There's a different set of stuff that actually has to init stuff. Because that's waiting for map data to have arrived. Oh, and I had reset this. I think it's okay to turn that back on. But you're a member variable. Fill map chunk. Living life page dot h. Okay. At pull mode. That was in step. So if I actually step and do it normally, I've got that. Now, map pull mode equals. Oh. Done loading first object set. Oh, this was. So we have to get map pull mode. And then none of this other stuff should matter otherwise. Oh, this does depend on screen width. Oh, you also depend on... I might need some of this stuff as well. Let's just do this twice. Oh no, that sends... So this was... okay, that's slightly different timing. This is going to be more like... I have to go into the H file. Hey, Rishi, how's it going? Oop, I don't need you. Do I have this? No. That's a step, but that's the big one. Okay, so here is where we did init. Init, screenshot map pull. Alright, so now what we'd like to do, and I don't know if this will work. Yeah, some of that's the same, some of it's not. So map pull zoom. And I don't know if I've gotten this to calculate its I don't know if I've gotten this to calculate zoom level from here. I might have to be doing screenshots for early testing. Okay. We could probably do this. Greater than 18. Begin screenshot map poll. And I think... I don't know if we do all this stuff. What's total image? Well, the rest of it's in draw-ish. And then we want something like this. That's biome image. We want... and this is meant to take the place of map global offset. Oh. I might need to do some of this. Oh, and you actually are going to take multiple loops. Oh, no, actually... Oh, what says map... That does set map pull mode. Oh, and it quits the game, so... Now, I probably still need to check that in my loop. But this is currently in draw, so... Draw... What? There must be parameters? Oh, in-view center and in-view size. Interesting. Interesting. But that's coming from the system. What are you in a normal mode? Oh. Hmm. We ever set this, or we just keep getting it from the system? Or how would something say to update the center? This might be minor gem stuff. Do you have a draw? No. Do we call a draw? No. Draw image. Oh, it could be a pointer draw. It's a dynamic page. Alright, what do we have to escape here? Draw a string. Oh. Impickable draw. Okay. Minor gems. AI vision. Okay. Sprite draw primitives. Is a page a sprite? No, it doesn't have the right format. In view center. Assuming that that is the common name he uses among different things for this. Auto update page. Yeah. Game page, base draw. Page component, base draw. Ah! Current game page, base draw. It apparently calls draw somewhere. Oh, okay, so base draw is not a minor gems thing. Game page. Draw under components, page component, base draw. Oh, because it's just a plain draw in a member. Um. Uh-huh. Well, what is a living life page? No, living life page H. It is. It's a live object. Grave info. It is a game page. which does a bunch of stuff. And then that passes down the arguments. But those arguments ultimately come from base draw, which is a page component thing. But it itself is current game page, last screen view center, that's the editor, draw frame no update, view width. Well, last screen view center sounds like the thing it was setting from that argument. Which is this, might not be exposed, but okay. So we could get to that. Last screen view center, we could probably get to. Draw, and let's see if these are available. Okay, no complaints. Now we need to set some reasonable limits. Oops, I might have wanted that. For an initial test. Alright, so we've already got a backup of 23. I'm forgetting what my numbers were. Do I have you? No, because I'd actually have to set the screen width on that. So map pole and X. 512 by 512 is a very large area. If we just did 8 by 8, well, that'd be like 4 screens. And that's map pole mode. That still needs to be 1. -8. Well, I mean, that would be a 1-to-1. So that'd be maybe 256? 256? I might need to set something to intercept this, where the game would otherwise be reading these settings. Alright, then I need back to the map command. No rule to make, rm, living life page.dep. Okay, that did not actually draw to the screen. Alright, I'm going to need a settings reference and a tile reference. Oh, I didn't. Dope. Dope. I didn't change my zoom factor, which is not automatically calculated anymore. So I probably just overwrote something. Yeah, it was an 18. I have to do something to make it automatically align tiles based on our current settings. I need to do something so that zoom and range kind of determines everything. Okay, so something did not return true. Well, this should be a one-off thing, and then we can hopefully capture it here. Well, it's definitely thinking. It is not written at 23, though. Yeah, we're not actually processing the game loop here. Because that should not have been a very big loop. Oh, I wasn't fetching new tiles. We probably still want a crazy check on it. Fill map chunk. And oh, my CD didn't work. Where the heck are we? One more. Did I grab the wrong command here? Okay, so we're guaranteed to exit by crazy, but I probably need to do some printing to see if I... Yeah, we didn't output at the expected value anyway. No, I could have got my math wrong and made it right to the wrong place. Okay, you're still there. You're still there. You're still there. This I might have blasted earlier. Oh, seems to be okay. Well, that's black. Man, what the heck? Was this created just now, or is this a leftover from something else? Okay, it doesn't appear to have written anything. Okay, so we need to actually, do we have anything already? Okay, so we are never updating our window. First window offset. So that's all. Begin screenshot map poll. Draw map cell. Not. Draw. Center, start offset, screen. Oh, live object set. I don't know how to. I don't know how to fake that. Nope. Still nothing indicating we got past here. And that's map pull mode final image. That's step. That's step. Not. Is this under some other? No, this has to be the top level indent. Oh, maybe. Step. Fill map chunk. begin map poll set saved to true? Well, we still call fill map chunk, so that should be fine. Fill map chunk. So we're going to set this up as so we should be able to see that iterating, and then at draw, saved. So we have poll, which is probably true because it's our loop condition. I'm not completely sure what the data type of that is, and map poll current saved. Unused variable, yeah, I believe that. There's probably some state setup I'm missing. But it seems like it should be trying. Oh, but there's an early exit from draw under certain conditions. When it thinks things aren't fully loaded. Yeah, okay, so we've not been met. I think we could really set our crazy value to significantly less at this point. Because we were obviously... I guess it would have to be an early exit from draw, huh? First server message received. Can I fake that, or do I have to start extracting large portions of this? Then the things that I don't, I'd like to leave the draw code largely intact, because that way I can benefit from any updates that the game makes. Okay, that seems like it's starting to do stuff. So first... First server messages received. I thought I captured that. All right. Okay, it's always saying saved. Map poll current saved. This is downstream of there where we're actually capturing it. That resets it. Step resets it. Right, I thought fill map chunk. But this is in a condition if x equal, I mean, this is, we've set this to be always true. So that should have been fine. Are there early exits from this? Okay, center. Are we getting to the end? I guess the X and Y were modified, that could impact us as well. Oh, okay, yeah, we weren't. And yeah, X and Y were getting changed. Why were X and Y getting changed? I don't think X and Y should be getting changed, as I understand things. Well, apply receive offset to XY. Oh. Because I copied the thing from below there that was checking if it was equal to blah, blah, blah. To, whatchamajiggy. But if that's not... And Steam working, thank you for the follow. No, stream working. Glad you like watching me puzzle over coordinates. So that means this will be inaccurate. If I want this to be world coordinates, and I set this to -8, -8. Well, and then by size. First window offset. So we center at -4, -4 to 4, 4. Which is going to be exactly around 0, which I think I might be missing an initialization here. I want our first window to be around 0. I want it to be around... Well, it applies the offset, and then de-offsets it. It gets awkward. We need that offset for certain... for floating point precision. But that would be if it's sent, if map pole current was 0. So I may have missed screenshot Paul. So that's your initial offset. So why are you at 0, 0? Well, anyway, that might have actually captured something. Okay. Yeah, that feels centered around 0, 0. So I may have to, so if I'm going to use map pole current, that means I probably need to de-apply my offset one way or another. Map offset. I'm not sure which sign we need here. Oh no, this is offset set. Okay, so that actually seems offset to a corner slightly. So this is 0, 0, might not include the spring. How did changing our coordinates not change that? Did it actually output? That had no effect. That that means I'm not setting up my center correctly. So I might be fetching the right map. And I think it does, if I'm going to fetch something off to a side, it does have to be a slightly offset corner. So this is saying first window, -8 to 0, 0. I would actually expect this to be slightly more. But one of the things I always get confused about is it offset coordinate or is it stride coordinate? So let's it's not going to be big enough to trigger that. Turn that back off. I think I still have to do something with setting the screen position. But I want to get fetching the right coordinates first. Okay, yes, this is slightly more negative. That's what I expect out of this. Which means... Oh, that's just with no offset at... But that ends up getting applied to the current itself. And what I found when I was doing output map tile and getting my tile X, tile Y, that start X, start Y But that was passing global offset into here. I thought I found this was supposed to be stride, not offset. But it is doing plus. I was doing minus. And then where did I... First window, so your begin screenshot. It was kind of cool to see the actual screens going by as it worked, but... Okay, so yeah, now we can apply an offset and we're actually over here somewhere. But that's the map fetch. Somewhere in... It's not. We got past that issue. Somewhere in step. Yeah, this is what we're probably missing. If map pull mode, what's XY? Really? Step is handling the messages. Okay. Oh, so we need to do this once in, like, no. Because we do fill map chunk, and that was stuff we should have copied into fill map chunk. Or we're setting it wrong. Yeah, last screen view center. So was setting map pull current. So now we need to know what we're getting asked to draw. I guess we should be looking at what I calculate. So current is a current. That would be the thing we just received. So we'd set our center to the thing we just received, so to speak. Then advance it. Let's say, okay, we got chunk, blah, blah, blah. And I wasn't seeing if that was still... Because it then applies the offset to it after doing the stuff. screen view center. And we kind of know it's wrong. Actually, what we care about here is not this, but what is screen view center floating? I don't know if any of these are floating point. Map pull current X, map pull current Y. Last screen view center dot X, last screen view center dot Y. That's a game. Extern double pair. So current X is 0, 0. Well, that doesn't seem right. Well, maybe if it's offset, but we had this working. So we reset it to start plus an offset. Do we have first window? I don't. This is draw, so this is an update to it. This is step, which we're not doing. Step. Fill map chunk. Wait. Init. I think I lost the code that updates this. There's begin. Draw. If it's the final image, we have to iterate more than that. Oh no, but this is step, which is the fill. X, map pull current Y. So it fetches the stuff and then advances it. So yeah, it does move, but those are screen center coordinates. So what did that work before? Where would we have ever... I mean, I guess it could update our global... Something could have updated the global map offset. Oh. Actually, so send X, send Y is kind of what we want to use when we are fill map chunk, which is actually is just applying the offset. Oh, actually, maybe it's even. Well, I mean, that's, and it should be an addition, so it should be. Should be similar. That's just a cleaner way to do that. Yeah, so it's still 0, 0. What did I end up skipping here? So that gets offset back. Oh, and that's messing with this stuff again. Do I need to apply receive offset again? Because like I unoffset it. To get server coordinates, which is what we have to send back. And that seemed fine. Recenter or in-ramp submap around this. So we had an offset. We reapply it to that. Screen view center. So the thing we fetched looked like the right thing. When we go to update position, map pool current is 0. So the offset we're getting is the view offset, not the. That means. All right. Global offset. Get this junk out of here for a minute. And to get it right without that, and then figure out what it's doing. Well, or maybe the screen center is that. Yep. That is something different. Did that fix the images? Wait. It's -1, but it's got the 0 in a corner. So that means we don't need to apply the offset to it? Or did I fix it and just not look at the images? Yep, that looks off now. It's so the screen center is the screen center. I wonder, well, I've removed some abstraction from the screen center stuff. It might be there's something behind the scenes that's moving my coordinates around. So without this offset, it works fine. With this offset, it does not work. What's different? And really our only problem is where the screen goes. This is current. And it's fine without the offset. And when I did this in like normal mode, it was fine, so I'm not sure why I have to do this in my trumped up mode here. See, and we were in the state where, yeah, that's something else. Well, that wasn't it. I wonder, oh, that might be changing data type maybe? Wow. That would mean we were actually putting the screen off somewhere it shouldn't be. So that means we're doubling the offset? Or going in the backwards direction, essentially, maybe. I'm not sure which sign I need. That's something. It's not properly aligned, though. And did I leave, this is like init screen or begin screen. Okay, so that's enabled right now. But offset, wait, how does that have no effect? Well, no. Okay, so there's a world offset. Oh. That. That's not changing nearly enough for pixels. Oh, that changed my multiply. I got lazy with my parentheses. The send x send y should have been fine. Of course, now I have to see if this is going the correct direction. Okay, so it's minus. Ooh, no, that seems to be not it at all. Well, I might have to apply something to it. That should be about half a screen. Wouldn't expect it to be 0, 0. This is... Yeah, it's traveling through world coordinates. What the heck is going on here? It's fine if I remove map global offset. So that has to be messing with things somehow. Now, I guess that could be a multi-level issue. Because the offset gets used in the coordinates here, it gets applied to the xy. Am I forgetting something when I send a request? Yeah, we do send x, send y of current. And the code we got this from... Actually, wasn't that 0, 0? Get chunk message. Oh no, that was the map receive. Which is a map chunk message. So it's saying that, but it gets what we return from the map bit. So that's the format chunk. I don't know if that includes the XY. In width, in Y, in relative to pos X. Get chunk message. Centered around XY. Well, maybe I'm getting the wrong data. Maybe it's actually the wrong data. Well, I could be requesting the wrong data. If there's an offset, it's throwing everything off. Oh, you know what? I'm applying my receive offset. Am I doing that before fetching map data? So that sendex translates it, should translate it back to world coordinates. We do this XY for where we put it. And then we use the XY here. So we need to be much more disciplined about what we grab here. So this uses XY for a bunch of stuff. We want this is actually you are going to be and then we have int x equals world start x, and y is world start y. And then you can use xy for all your copied code stuff. But when we get down to fill the map, which is on the other side of the coin, we want to be world start x, world start y, world x start. So maybe it's actually the wrong data. Oh, I still had the offset stuff in there. I mean, we can see what we get. We get blackness. There's this. There it is in the center. That's exactly what we used before. So we actually used this, well, that was send x, send y, but then it got translated back. So this feels like a good map chunk, or a reasonable coordinate for it. I guess actually if this is first window, then 0, 0 sort of makes sense. But does that put us back to offset set? Having made some changes, is everything still okay here? Okay, there's our spring in the corner of one of the tiles. -1, -1, so I think that's there in their coordinate system. And then if we do this, it all goes to heck. It's current Y. Does this need to be offset? No, just global offset. Wait. Okay, yeah. Map pull start, centered into there. Current, in their way of thinking, is the center thing that we request from the map. And this just kind of pre-initializes that so that if we tried to fetch something way off in the boonies, and it shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter. Because we just offset one way, offset the other way. So we offset that. That's exactly what you would expect to have this reset to 0. So the 0's fine. So this must be fill map chunk getting the wrong data. Send x, send y. That offsets, so at 0, 0, we get world coordinates there. Oh, it wasn't offset. Oh, yeah, not offset, so it's still down there, still down there. We're around -4, -4 for the first one. That seems reasonable. This actually seems reasonable. what do we end up? Okay, so we shuffle our map if it needs to be shuffled. And then what? Maybe I'm missing something on what coordinates we're actually getting here. This is going to be spammy as heck. $69.21. This was kind of a temporary patch that I'm not too happy about. And there's our spring again. Okay, so we're going across X at 19. And then, yeah, in the middle. And then somewhere there's going to be a 0, 0 in one of the tiles. Could that have been it? Yep, so 0, 0 in the middle of fetching something. What did we request? Now, arguably, the equivalent of what we send to the server would be the send x, send y, not minus. Yeah, okay. So the equivalent of what we send to the server would be send x, send y of map poll current. Then when the server receives it, it wants to figure out the start x, start y of that. So this is this would be a little bit more true. That's all plus minus offset, so it shouldn't change the code at all. I might want to look at send y, send x independently of the size offset, just because this is getting very confusing. And the individual coordinates, if we do -20 and grab yeah, that's actually, I might be able to make the fetches more efficient here. But that's for later. Right now, hey Tana, how's it going? How was RimWorld? Hey, Laugh. I'm struggling with coordinates again. I'm trying to get back my images. We had some success with the biome map. And now I'm trying to actually integrate the map generator so that I can not have to do server client stuff to get this. This might be too much data, but I'm still interested to see if I can create it. So unfortunately, it's mostly a lot of code right now, as I try to figure out why my coordinates are coming out wrong. Because the way I'm doing things, oops, the spring should be in one of the corners, not in the center of a tile. So I'm trying to figure out where my coordinates are going wrong. If it's my screen position, is it the data I'm fetching? Am I putting it in the wrong spot? I guess I could play around with where I'm... Oh yeah, there's where I'm fetching it and then where I'm putting it. Even more places to go wrong. So the get, well, that would not be a terrible thing to look at here. So we're getting it there, and we're calculating our map x, map y. Map offset. Well, that's in our buffer. It's not necessarily going to say anything about the world coordinates that the game thinks it's in. Still curious. All right. I don't think I have anything to tile generation. So in our buffer, I'm going 12, 13. So we got a requested 0, 0 after offsetting it, so our first point was there. Send x, send y said -4, -4, which I believe is the right thing we want. And then we offsetted it to the start of that in the box, which seems reasonable. And then we iterate over all that stuff. Sticking it into our map buffer. So then what do we end up drawing? We end up overdrawing quite a lot. So I guess this map buffer must have some extra space around it, because well, having it be all positive makes sense, because it's calculating indexes off of it. That makes it a bit confusing to figure out what it thinks that is. Actually, that should have something to do with this. So here's our offset in the map. This is the world coordinates we think we're doing. Right now, I am just trying to get the natural state of the world. I was hoping to have a little bit easier time integrating the map. The coordinates are giving me headaches. But this might actually be big enough. I cleared all my plots. To do... Yeah. This might be a big enough area to get something like this on top of it if I could export the data in a proper format. Because this is a couple thousand tiles, and now I haven't generated all the sublayers to this. But for just the biome map, this is like plus and minus 4,096. So that might be enough to hold that data, and the biome maps might not be too bad. When you start getting down to these levels, it gets absolutely huge on disk. But I just cannot seem to get, and I don't haven't yet figured out if I'm generating the wrong data, putting it in the wrong place, or maybe I'm doing something with drawing because I'm drawing indirectly. If I apply the map offset, which is the thing they do, he does, in case you get out where floating point precision would become a problem. Yeah, so if we get over this many, which we're not there yet, but our current spawn location would be this much negative. So we would actually have to need that to get good data. It sets this offset. That's so that after pulling out, so in the other code for this, where we're actually receiving a map chunk message, he's getting this X and Y, which I think, if I understood things correctly, is actually the upper corner, but, as long as it's in the area. Yeah, so recenter. Plus half the size. So we set that, and then apply the offset, or updated offset to it. Then recenter. But when I apply that, I can always see the spring in the center of a tile, whereas the way we're doing things, we expect 0, 0 to be in a corner. So somehow, so now I'm kind of faking what we would have received from a fetch. So we're putting this back to world coordinates. Offsetting that to the center start. This is just for, yeah, and then we're going to use this, but we also don't want to muck with it for when we do world calculation stuff. So we do that, we apply that to the XY. Recenter the map offset. And there's a whole bunch of map shuffling stuff I haven't dug into, because I'm still using the buffer because I want to be able to reuse the draw function. Although I could just brute force it and just fetch tiles. Then we come down here and try to fill in the new data using my understanding of how to do that. Maybe I need to look at this code again. So he was originally parsing tokens out of the message, which, you would get, he was calculating this from the token ID, or token index. So we have a world, we have a map offset. Actually, no, that's M map offset, new map offset. Do I want the world coordinates? Well, that's that map Y. Our world coordinate here, that's fine. Map offset is the offset from world coordinates? So we need that to get back to our map buffer, right? Map global offset. Center of our global offset. New map offset is XY, which is our corner. And centered it. New map offset. X move. Map offset X M map offset. So let's throw that to our global because that was our old one. And that's the map offset. So that's why this is the index into our map buffer. This came from the map code when we were filling it out. I thought it did. Get chunk message. Well, there's a section here. No, because that was the token parsing. So you're just going start Y to end Y, start Y to end Y. So you're actually thinking in that terms. I just did an offset. You had an XY, which is your iterator. Okay, so that's that. The other version of this was going through tokens. Oh. That was the received XY. I thought it was off, but that could explain it. Because this is the offset FY for the map. And I was going to do this. Oh, I didn't need to use that for both of them. And there's our spring in a corner. Now, I didn't... that is map global offset. Yep, that's currently applied. All right, so we can do 4 tiles. Now we see if we have, let's see, settings. I can probably turn a little bit of this off. Fill map chunk. This is the really spammy one. Map poll. So that's a very small amount of data. So that was 8 by 8. Let's go 32. Just to get a sense for it. Because going round trip to the server, well, this took, well, it takes quite a while to fetch all the tiles. And I could probably optimize my image. I could probably do a lot of things to streamline the image rendering in this kind of mode. So that still took a little bit of time. And made 5 images. Did I typo something in here? -32, -32, -32. So we're not iterating correctly. And we're iterating differently in X and Y. Does this at least stitch? Tiles. Oh, that looks like it might not stitch so good. Oh man, that is a interesting tile set. Well, I think it stitches. It's just picking really odd tiles to output. How? Okay, so yeah, so it's technically it's starting down here, going across. That seems a reasonable width. It resets to over here. This seems to stitch, and then oh, I know what happened. Oh, and then these were left. This was a leftover bit. I had some issues earlier, so I put a safety valve on. To cut out the infinite run. Okay. I'd have to go back and compare that to the old mode. But that seems like a more reasonable number of tiles. And we have some confidence that that will stitch. So how big did I run this? 64. That's 128 tiles in each other direction? Divided by 8. Of course, that was, yeah, I think the 512 by the 512 was the, like, wait an hour kind of thing. 32 by 32 was a couple of seconds. So we would go... let's see, 64, 128, 256. That's 4 times the width and height is 16 times the area. That might still be reasonable. And of course, well, this is also the zoom level that's impractical to really produce. It might be interesting, but you still had to fetch all the server data for the other zoom levels. And this also might be where might be useful to actually pull in some of the zoom code rather than doing all the screen size adjustment stuff for the zoom levels. But now this has like no feedback. I used to like be able to watch the server coordinates to at least get a sense of where it was. And since it's doing screen capture, it's not going to be really easy to do a progress bar style thing. I guess you could watch here. Oh, well, that's some pretty good progress. Well, no, that's X. So I guess it's really going to be how far does it get in each individual one. Yeah, it's taken a while. So that's all the y coordinates. Yeah, it still takes a while to do everything. This might be where I'd want to do some figure out, is it the map generation? Is it screen capture? Is it outputting images? What's the bottleneck? I wouldn't be too surprised with the draw sequence, but so that still takes quite a while to do every single column there. And we're going to be want to get around to like negative 63-ish to do that. But we have something that actually sort of works. It's pretty quite large. Yeah, fill map chunk. Created some spurious space. I also have a bunch of printfs during this. I could probably cut down some of those. I guess it's no worse than the regular live server. Yeah, cut out the map triggers. Let's see. Rendered maps use. Oh, well, the other thing. Well, I don't know. The map DB caching might be helping me here. Oh, the other thing is that I'm actually. Well, you have to overfetch a little bit. But I might be able to overfetch less than the base game. And since I'm not worrying about buffering as much, I might not need to do the map pull. I could just kind of overwrite with the stuff I want in a constant map. That would save all the moving. But this is still a pretty slow process. I guess I should have done some more intermediary steps, but the 32 didn't seem too bad. But it goes up exponentially. Yeah, so if I actually want to use that, I'm probably going to need to figure out where my bottlenecks are. Let's see. Now, I've got my other generation of this. I guess I don't need this. And we do not have a graceful exit. So how? Adjust all frame counts. Does he ever do anything with real time? Old frame, it's all frame count. Start offset seconds. How? Would getting a current timestamp be a minor gems thing? System time. Time sec t. Okay. Convolution. Oh, loading start time. That's like a profiling type thing. Draw frame. Loading start time. We should probably get start time again. Apparently he wasn't using that here, or it's a reference to some global. Folder cache, start time, time get current time. Yeah, so this is the essence of some timing stuff. So we know we've got loading, and that's just going to take a while. There we go. So we can probably reuse this, the double. We're going to have to reinitialize this at every step. Init, init, init. What I care about is this. And this. And this. And there's some stub steps in here. Now I want to turn this down to a reasonable size. 32 might have been okay. Didn't take too long. All right. Map chunk. 14 milliseconds. Draw 56 milliseconds. That couldn't do 60 frames a second. 0.6. And we're not even really drawing? Now, I don't... we might be outputting an image per draw cycle at this scale. Let's try 22. Did I have any data of interest there? Okay, yep. Nothing there. Oh, for a proper test of this, I need to shrink the screen as well. But I'm curious about the file output steps here. Map chunk. No, draws are all, well, maybe it's guessing by pixels right now. Settings, screen. About how many screens it takes before it has to output. I should probably just measure output directly. Because the file output will at least get better as we scale up. That certainly felt faster. Map chunk. Oh, 2 milliseconds. Yeah, all of our time is the file output. Err. I know we went to profile. We should have close enough. Double. Start time equals time, get current time. All right, we're doing some calculations. There's nothing I'm feeling terribly expensive here. File name. I don't think make directories are going to be too much. Well, no, it's just write PNG is pretty much going to be it. Oops. Yep, I actually did want my start time. Once we get down here, that's like the only work. Now, I may have bundled some work up here. I'm going to have to check that function. Photos. Okay, so there's stand and there is image conversion. I'm not entirely sure. Or STB. Not entirely. There's not a whole lot you can do to help that. Did I break something here? I thought I only added some printfs. But something is not happy. Huh? I think that was about the only thing I did. Why does calling get current time break a draw? Okay, you're fine. And actually, I had this stuff in earlier, so it's specifically the ones in output? Okay, well, line 1. That ended. That ended. So, I don't know. All right. Ooh. Yeah, that's the vast majority of it. I guess I shouldn't be too surprised that's a non-trivial operation. Let's just, it's probably file IO and encoding. Image, let's see, pixel conversion. This be kind of encoding. This, well, this might explain why Jason uses TGAs. But I'd just have to run a batch conversion on it later, so that wouldn't really save me a whole lot. Yeah, we seem to have millisecond resolution here. Yeah, it's all encoding and file output. So that's another strike on the super detailed level. All right, I don't really need that timing most of the time. Huh. So it depends. So performance is going to scale with the number of tiles you output. Well, that has some interesting implications for doing the higher zoom levels. So we only went up one zoom level. That should cut our number of images down by 4. So if we did, so I still don't have the math good on this. If we go, I need settings. That was 22, 21. I guess 19 is the last one we were doing at any kind of thing there. So if we do, but that's I have to count. No, actually 18 was the point where it was 1 to 1 pixel to 1 pixel. So 19 would be a 16 by 16 capture area. And this could potentially be streamlined also. Map pull, zoom, 19. And we think we can set this to a largish area. So let's start with 512. And this might be an area that I've already captured, or a size that I've already captured. Or rather, 18 was 1 tile to 1 pixel. So it's starting to get dubious there. Uh-oh. Okay, just a little lag. Oh, that was all set up. Okay. Oh, did I? 16. Yeah, 16, 16. Oh, okay, so it is taking some time to process each section. And it did like 8 of those. I mean, that's not too bad. Compared to, the hour it would take to do this hitting a server. But that's still a lot of generation time, and that is like still a very abstract level of detail. Which that should be roughly our first level here. That's 5 of 8. Yeah, so that's still going to be pretty slow. This is where integrating some zoom code and, well, to keep the draw code, I'd have to keep a huge map buffer, but that's probably doable. Anyway, so if I switch back to, well, this could be interesting just to have something to look at. Oh, no, before I go fetching other parts of the map, I have to do map rounding. So I might want to look at some unification of our map pull target coordinate stuff. Da, 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 da. living life.cpp init map. That's using it. That's using it. This is here. Right, and the other thing gets... And it's screenshot map poll. Oh. We don't use you for biomes, huh? That has that stride. No. Output map biome. So are you doing the iteration? That's over in map. It seems like it shouldn't. Oh, next map tile. That was something. Map pull final image. Oh, then you had to do some extra cleanup. To update current. That just wouldn't affect the biome poll. So we could do that. This does have its right, although I could move this up. Although I'd be waiting on final image signal from draw, all the same. So that would actually take out this entire section. Well. From here. Oh, but yeah, it only does next tile when it outputs. Yes, that doesn't make them super similar. But that means that my next is consolidated. Next map tile, and then we have init screenshot and you, which are fetching this directly. So map poll is up there. This sets one way, this just sets the other way, so that could be consolidated. But then, let's see, stride X, stride Y. Biome doesn't care about current. And doesn't care about stride X, stride Y. So, I could actually use init screenshot at which point it becomes just init map pull. And then all our settings go back. All right, this can be whatever because it's not doing screen capture. Map poll. We're gonna be to zoom where that shouldn't. It's probably a reasonable start. And zoom. Let's see, so 18 is our, well, we're kind of interested in big picture here. Well, that's a much larger area. I guess we just start with the smallest. 18. And our output, we've got our 18 object. This really shouldn't be breaking anything. I think that was a big biome experiment anyway. So that should, I guess at this point, since we're testing things, we want to verify that all of that's actually being output. Ooh. Oh, did I call that multiple places? Apparently I did. In multiple places. I'm not even sure we need most of this stuff for biome mode. I just haven't gotten there to figure out how to get rid of it. All right, tiles. We have an 18. It looks reasonable. So we know about what that should look like. Let's see, what can I do? If I keep the same range and go up a zoom, I should get 4 tiles, which is a easily manageable area to look at. And we know it's all going to be like, I think it ends up being 0, -1 is how it assigns the tiles. Yeah, so nice little 2x2. 0, 0, I think is the lower. Yeah, that's negative, and that's the lower corner, which I know that territory somewhat. Okay, so now my question is, what if we put in some random coordinates? So instead of plus minus 512, shoot. We want something that's the same size. So I guess that's actually going to end up going around to some other areas. Oh, no, how about we just do like 412? Because capturing this size tile, we would expect that to upgrade to 512 if we're as 512 if we're doing a tile capture that includes that area. Now, because I'm cutting that down, it might be a little bit harder to see the difference. Because right now we're making lots and lots of assumptions about tile sizes and input coordinates. I actually need 0, 0. I don't want full screen. I guess I closed that. Now that's 0, 0. How about ones where we have to offset a bit? Yep. Huh. Does that just work then? Let us so from this, we're looking at well, I can't see what that is. That would be like 28,000, 20,000 to 28,000. And I also assumed a square aspect ratio. 36 by 2,000. So that would be like negative 35,000, or no, negative 37 to 31, negative 30. So zoom, I took this out to 15 before, I think. And all right, so the end is going to be the most positive x coordinate, which is negative 20,000. The settings end of y is going to be the most positive y coordinate, which negative 30,000 seems to be somewhere in the area. The start x is going to be the most negative, which is looking to be around 28,000. And the y is going to be the most negative, which is going to be around negative 37,000. You know what, for here, I think I can just merge these. I'm not sure how the viewer is going to respond to that. But I do want to, well, we should just see some very, very negative coordinates in there. put in 14 apparently. Oops. Oh, maybe it was 14. I just didn't have it here. Yeah, 14. So that is about the same area, it looks like. Negative 10. Oh, but it's positive in that direction. That must be y. Yeah, xy. Map public. Oh, no, it did go to 15 before. Okay, so I just typoed that then. Tiles. Settings. I said 15, and it output 14. So what did I do there? Output map tile. So it's saying it's calculating zoom. Map pull mini stride X. Begin screenshot. Screenshot map pull. And then you rewrite it to what you need. I thought I had that working one-to-one properly. Zoom. So that keeps thinking it's zoom 14. Do I output? Yes. 26.6, 23.3. Many width. Yeah, image width. Yeah. This is. No, I thought I did the irregular and it came out fine, but okay. So there's the stride. There is negative 20 divided by 8 equals 1,000. That should probably be. Man, I'd swear I did offset coordinates. The other one, well, yeah, I need to adjust like start position to do a tile and all that stuff. So let's look at this. So many width. Coming out to 1,000. We need that to be a tile, which is going to be a power of 2. I guess the screenshot method could sort of do some other things, but this kind of depends on being a power of 2. So how do we round up? So zoom difference. Oh no, that's stride. Wait. Stride 8. Don't I in output map tile Yeah, we get the value of that thing. So our initial value of many width what happens this is just whatever for now. How does that round? Or could the log even be floating point? Actually, log might be... Well, then being an int would capture, would truncate it. So that's stride 8. Size is 9. But this is a stride of 8 pixels across to get the cut down. That's 1,000. That would be a factor of 4, not 8. Although 9. Is that right? 8 is 256. Oh, that's 1,000. Log 2 of 1,000 would effectively round down to 512, which is only 1 bit more. Well, how do we do that in a way that rounds up? If we take that and pow it again, we would get 512. We could say that it's not equal to the original value. No, actually, many width divided by stride, yeah. The total width doesn't need to be. Many width divided by the number of images. So actually, that width, we're using this again, many scale. Yeah, I need to do some grid alignment. So actually, our map start and our map end need to be aligned to the tile grid. The tile grid is going to be effectively image width times stride and image height times stride. I might actually be concerned with height and width here, but one thing at a time. So that is the size that we will be capturing in one tile. Map poll start and map poll X need to be rounded to be on that grid. Map poll start X. And is this going to be what exactly how does Laurent work? Using the rounding direction specified. The nearest integer. So I probably want to do something with number of tiles, but I need to know if it is like upward, downward, towards 0, FE get round. Although those are using constants, here we go. Oh. Really? We have Laurent, but we don't have... FNV. Where are you? Two nearest. Okay, I didn't have a carriage turn there. Two nearest. This is running using two nearest. That does not do what I wanted there. If I truncate a float that's round towards 0, I need to go consistently one direction to find out what my extra is. Need to go consistently left or right. I could just do case testing on the input value. I could do straight up modulus. That's always going to give me a remainder. How does modulus work with negatives? I would think it kind of it would always give you a positive value. Which might be good. Map poll. Actually, well, this is something that should ultimately happen. Ooh. And like a knit map poll, we have to work out how we make it work for both of them. Map poll start X. Tile width will give us. Ooh, actually, how does that work? With a negative value. Because is it going to give me from 0 or from the negative? The negative. Negative 1376. Wait, what does it think my tile size is supposed to be here? Oh, but that's 256 times 8. 512, 1020. Stride is 8, which is 3 bits. 512, 1024, 2048. But that's the X is 1,000? Anyway, I'm picking a random point here that isn't aligned to much of anything. Shoot, I don't know what the exact value out here. I need to do some known numbers. So 0 is going to be 0. That's not a big deal. We think we're at 2048. So let's maybe we should actually print that out. Just to be sure. Tile width. We want to go, we think it's 2048. Well, let's just do -1. That's unambiguously smaller than tile width. And -1. And then we want to do 1, which that should probably just be 1. I just want to see how that compares to the negatives. Okay, so if we're at -1, so that's all. That is modulus towards 0. So well, we always want to go away from 0? No, just away from the center of our start is going to be less, end is going to be more. But if start was positive, then that would kind of be going the other way. So for a negative, we would take our mod that's going to be negative if that thing is negative. Less than 0. So that will be the portion that it is. We need to do effectively plus because it's negative. Tile width, that will add a negative to tile width to give us the increment for that. Otherwise, that's going to add regardless. We don't want to do this if mod x is 0. Because we're already aligned. Well, actually, you could do if mod x is less than if mod x is greater than. And that would just leave out 0. Oh, wait. This is the amount we want to subtract, though. So we have to move it, keep moving it out that way. Whereas this is the amount we want to add. So there's sort of an implicit negative of this amount. And you want to move out farther. Difference. If we abs mod x, it was always be the difference. Then map pole end x. And then this needs to go the opposite direction. This has to go in the positive direction. So if end x got a difference of -1, we would want to push it to 0. And if it got to +1, we would want to push it out to the next tile? Wait, does that mean you, if you got a start, got a positive? Would you be doing this? And this will be inverse. But it's a negative mod. Oh, but this is a negative mod. If end got a -1, we would want to add 1. If end was at 1 on a positive side, we would want to add the difference to get to the next tile. Oh boy. So we have from %d to %d. Oh, this is map poll. Yeah, and all this has to be map poll many. Or is it map many poll? Map poll many. And we have to sort out the other stuff. Map poll. Oh, start. Map poll many end. Then we have this. And I think I was in the middle of, oh no, we just lost our, and then duplicated it. Was I in the middle of something? Oh, duplicated error. X was not declared. Miscellaneous print. Okay, so this is start and end. The same procedure applies to Y, but we can check out how this is doing. Before we duplicate it. I guess, well, as long as the image width and height are the same, tile width is it's going to be the same. Okay, tile width 2048. I didn't adjust all of my ends. So that messed everything up. Input. That is a pretty significant difference there. Wait, 20 minus... Oh, right, because I was counting on them being the same here. We did this stuff. Or wait, have I? Yeah, they're still the same at this point. We eventually want to put that code there. So we were actually using the regular start for some of this. This seems like a very large jump. Mod. Well, and we were trying to expand, it's a negative, we would want to expand it towards 0. 1568. Okay, yeah, I guess I can see that. And then this stuff, I'm just using an easy version of it. And then that expects us to give us a mini width that is even multiple. Although mini width itself might not be a power of something, which might throw off that implicit zoom calc. Oh, that got you to zoom 15. All right, so all this. This is junk. Oh, yep. I guess I had to modify that code, so I could have declared it there. It doesn't really need to be separate, it could just be mod. So that will extend things outward. Many stride, many. Now, so this is something, this is code I believe we want to apply to everything. I might have to know, I need to know my image width and stuff though. Well, image width is constant. Stride, stride is specific to this. And that has some scaling factors that also affect some things. So maybe we don't abstract that just yet. And then init map poll. They were initially equal. This had not done any map poll adjustments. or map pull end adjustments yet. Yeah, down here. So really we would just kind of go down here, do this. Reset everything. Many. Tiles. So 14 was a mistake. Oop. Anything below there was a, we don't know. All right, 15. Yeah, 16 files. Now I don't know how it's going to handle this. Yeah, this is like really far away, and now I have to figure out how to center this thing, or to set it to a particular view area, which I had found very unintuitive before, shall we say? It seemed to only depend on that. And if we're going towards negative, but as soon as we start messing with this, we just get nothing. Okay. How the heck am I supposed to interpret that? Maybe it's in units of zoom level 0. We know what it is at that zoom level. I probably need to do my own transformation functions. This could make more sense. Yep. Oh, and actually, the y is actually going to be positive, which is another reason to have a transformation function. Well, the problem with zooming out is that it keeps attempting to apply these zooms. I might almost, well, yeah, because you can't see anything then. If you let it keep zooming out, it keeps trying to fetch tiles and just kind of bogs down very quickly, attempting to do that. Oh! I feel... Oh, this is probably a big biome experiment. And we only have the one zoom level. Huh. So, yes, that actually is pretty good, all in all considered, area-wise. I need to get this back to... Unfortunately, I thought I had the old stuff there. Well, I can reset that and rebuild it. And then the challenge is to figure out how would we export data onto that. That's probably too big a task for right now. Layer controls, zoom levels. Tile layer. Marker add to map. So they don't say anything about where that comes from. Have I done anything? Life log, chords. Looks like we're doing it as that right now. What was output? I had done a thing. Lives export. That did it as CSV. I'm gonna have to install JSON. Did JSON get built in? Just the last 2 days, fine. This would just be... We really just need a bunch of points. Lives.each. Okay, so that is built in. JSON parse, JSON.generate. So we want to, without worrying about its fancy conversions, just say this is really an array, isn't it? Life.birthchords. So that's not even a file open thing. That could really be a file write thing. Well, I'm pretty sure I know how to do this. So JSON.generate. And I don't. No, I don't have a shell there. Oh, coordinate system. I have to solve the coordinate system before these will make any sense to the map. Oh, live points. Yeah. Oh, well, okay, I mean, that makes sense. That makes sense. Putting them out as strings. Arguably, this is really actually something that should be done in lifelog. Chords. No, not shell. Okay, so that's actual numbers. But it's going to mean nothing to the map until we can speak in coordinates. How do we base map coordinate reference? What WMS servers? Raster layers. Okay. Web map servers. Tile map service. Huh. Tile layer, web map service. Might be an interesting way to publish it. CRS, TMS. Conversion. Get scale zoom. Map methods. And that's a scale. It's just one big document, isn't it? Base classes. Lat lang to point. So we've got CRS simple. Directly. Maps of, well, it says that, but. But I have no concept of how I So that was moving a corner, and it was moving that up, so it was moving down. Well, now that we've got some stuff there, sort of there, oh man, that's even with my zoom. Oop. Okay, there's you. So that put us slightly off. That didn't seem very off at all. It's trying to fetch so many tiles right now. Yeah, this might be in the coordinate space of something else. Or maybe I'm telling it what the bounds are. And then if I would want a method that would set view. Maybe that's a better way than bounds. So let's start at 0, 0, and we're going to figure out if that's switched. Okay. What does that do? Okay, that moves us up. This might be at the top level scale, which I may or may not have calculated correctly. That's 10% of what would be the entire space, which I might be off on. So we're looking at somewhere around the negative. That was y. I think that was y. And I forget how big the int is. It's not quite right. It's off by a factor of about 2. But maybe my calculations were off by a factor of 2. Really? So that's actually being a very small difference. Yeah, so I don't have exact numbers, but it's actually it was like somewhere in the middle of these zones. Yeah, that definitely. Yeah, I don't have an exact conversion yet. Nor any sense of how this translates. To put points on there, I would need to have something like that. We might be able to look at it. I'm just going to call that something simple. Now, do we have Fetch API? Response. Is it body? Readable stream. Body contents. Body.json. Maybe this thing actually has that function? It's also a promise. Okay, and then set view. All right, data dot each. L dot marker at L dot marker function of point. I wonder if this will make it melt. Data.each is not a. Okay, what was this again? I didn't look at the structure enough. So it's an array. Oh, no, it's for each in JavaScript. Ooh, look at it hitch. Like, it's too much data. Okay, so we might have to limit how much we take. Did I... Yeah, this is just like 2 days. Okay, fine. Which is annoying because now we have to do an actual thing. I don't know. Is there like a take method? Methods. No, it would be like a slice. Let's start really small. Oh, it did sort of render the other stuff. And yeah, our translation is definitely not correct. Oh, it's just melting under trying to draw all those points. Okay. Yep, got 2 windows there. Okay, so it's not good for lots of points. Returns a shallow copy. Man. Doesn't like adding markers, period. One marker. And it's still not interactive. Well, maybe it's actually the fetch? I didn't think it was that slow. I didn't notice it taking that long when we were just fetching the data. Okay, so that's some of it. That's not one element. Shallow copy. Slice 2. Oh no, it's the end. We want, I don't know, 0, 100. Yeah, that wasn't helping at all. Okay. Yeah, so our coordinate translation is still borked. I'm gonna have to look up. Well, I need to understand what the heck their coordinate system is. Well, admittedly, I'm just kind of fudging coordinates right now. Actually, the y doesn't look too bad. It's our x that's off. Or that y might be reasonable, rather. So they say that CRS.simple. Well, I guess I don't know. Okay, I think we're done with that. I don't know how the map is thinking of coordinates internally. Well, actually, we know it's very, very small. So it might be that if this is moving us around in zoom level 12, then our scale factor would be no, we need to know that's to any particular layer. So we were aiming this to be, well, now we're off, so. But if it's bits, we could actually do some math to see if those are at all close. To the 12th. Oh, okay, so 12's only there. To the 20, it's too many. Yeah, actually it's comparable to 18. Oh. Where was I using bounds? Oh. Well, that might affect things a little bit. Okay, sure. And ideally, you'd put that into it. Okay, so that's... So we could scale everything by scaling that. Oh, wait a minute. Shouldn't you have... Oh, because we lost this. It would be weird if the X and Y scales were unequal. Oh, you know what? Was this perchance the XY thing? Invalid lat long object, nan. Oh. Wait, what? It was fine here. Oh. Oh! And I need to get my zoom down. Zoom fixed. Yeah, the points are so big you can't really see where they're at. I actually need smaller layers. Settings. So actually we want that area. We just want like layer 16 or zoom 16. Wait, actually 18 was the point where it was 1-to-1. And we just rather having a coordinate reference system doing that for us. I don't want 1 point. It's searching through all the image files. Okay, well that's done. This is 16, has some of this stuff. Memory consumption too. Well, yeah, I can believe that. Oh, yeah, I've not been looking at my tiles closely enough. We've got a little bit of a edge error here. It's probably in this tile layer too. Oh man, yeah. It's like just off a little bit here. Well, that's a bummer. That casts the entire thing in doubt. And it's still not a level where you can really see anything. Over the budget will be allowed. Well, it was kind of zoomed out there. I don't know if that's our tile alignment, if that's the biome output code. In theory, you should see that around 0. Well, I might have to redo it with some of the changes I've made. Also, I still haven't really tested the alignment stuff yet. And of course it scales in the number of images it puts out. And we're quadrupling that with every level. And then that is output tiles. We just did. I was leaving all my zooms open. It's 17, right? Yeah, this is. We lose it again. This is casting the results into doubt. I mean, that's believable. And of course, it's just some arbitrary points. Maybe selecting the E's would have been better. Anyway, I've got to fix my tile alignment. But we've got some basis for this. And I guess since I was picking 18 as 1-to-1, that makes sense. Oh, that's right. I was looking for Leaflet to look at their coordinate reference system. Simple. Defined coordinate systems, properties, replong, infinite. The scale used. It's a number for a particular zoom. Yeah, I'm going to have to look at what things do we have to rewrite and which things are sort of you get for free that use those other functions. Anywho, it's progress. We've got a scale factor, we've got stuff on a map. Tiles are a little bit off. And we're going to have to do some kind of clustering for points at the different levels. Actually, looking up some of the old bell towns might be another interesting one. Although I don't know if there's going to be any in this. Well, I mean, it started where they used to be. So that might be an easier thing to put on here. Anyway, I am way the heck overdue for lunch. So that's that for now. Oh. You see, I redid this earlier, and I thought it had saved fine, so I guess I'll fix that later. And just say thanks for all the hosts. Thanks for watching. I know we had Tana bring a bunch of friends in. Okay, none of that. Let's have a schedule. I don't really have a schedule. Well, we're doing some web stuff. Brookzerker is working on a React-to-Do app. Look for someplace cool to hang out. That is someplace cool to hang out. Thanks for hanging out with me. Goodbye and until next time.